Testing. Good evening, councillors and members in the public gallery. I will officially open this evening's ordinary council meeting at 7 p.m. Thank you for your attendance tonight. I'd like to remind everyone in the chambers to ensure that comments are respectful to council and all meeting attendees, including city officers and those in our public gallery. Please note this meeting is being live streamed. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and pay my respects to elders, past, present and emerging. Move on to item 3, announcements from the presiding member, of which there are none tonight. Item 4, attendance. All councillors are present in the chamber this evening. Are there any councillors who would like to apply for a leave of absence? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to apply for a leave of absence from the 2nd to the 23rd of April, inclusive, please.
Thank you. Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, I would like to apply for leave from the 11th of April until the 19th of April.
Inclusive.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sutherland.
Yeah, I'd like to apply for leave from the 14th of April to the 17th of April.
Inclusive.
Inclusive.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, can I have a mover? A move by Councillor Palmer, seconded Councillor Maleka. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. I'll move on to item 5, disclosures of interest. Councillors, do you have any interest to disclose? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 3 interests to disclose. 10.5.1, which is the proposed temporary road closure railway parade, Bayswater. I have a proximity interest and I'll leave the room. That's the property, my house that I live in is proximate to that area that is in question. My second interest is 11.1. It's a financial interest, and I've got the numbering up there. 11.1, Councillor Eveson's Bayswater Industrial Area interest. It's impartial. I'll remain in the room. Apologies, I'm just going to double check. To explain it. Sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, yes. So I know through the Labor Party the Minister for Transport, Housing, Training and Health. So those ministers, that's then an impartiality interest. I'll remain in the room. And the third interest is 11.2, which is Councillor Johnson's actions that could be implemented to prevent future gas connections. That's a financial interest and I'll leave the room. My employer, the Economic Regulation Authority, deals with gas connections.
Thank you. Councillor Eveson?
So just a follow on from the agenda briefing forum. So item 10.2.1, that's an impartial and I'll stay in the room. I'm a committee member to the Morley Windmill Sports Club that's mentioned in the report with a grant application, non-financial. And the other one, which is a new one from the ABF, which is 10.5.1, the proposed temporary road closure. That's a proximity interest, so my residence is impacted by the proposed bus route changes, so I'll leave the room for that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sosowski?
Thank you very much. My interest tonight is in regards to item 10.2.1. Last week I asked some questions regarding sewage connections at Watton Reserve. I'm a member of the Morley Windmills Sports Club and Morley Windmills leases a facility from the city at Watton Reserve, so it's an impartial interest and stay in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Item 10.6.3.2, the 2022 annual compliance audit return. The attached report mentions a councillor who self-reported to the department. I am the councillor who self-reported, so just doing it as an impartial interest.
Thank you. If there's no other interest, we'll now move on to item 6, public question time. Members of the gallery, I'll first call for questions on items on this evening's agenda, and then I will open up to questions on items not on the agenda. Please keep in mind that you are limited to 3 questions. Does anyone have any questions on tonight's agenda?
Yeah. Thank you, Council, for giving this opportunity. I am Nirmal Singh, a resident of 64 Bruin Avenue. And I had put in a few questions, and the answers are there in the OCM run sheet. Thank you for that, taking the questions at such short notice. My first question was actually regarding the motion 11.2 of Councillor Georgia Johnson, requesting the city to explore if the city can prevent new properties to have gas connections. And I just was not sure of if that is actually the city's jurisdiction. And
Did you want to read your question out?
yeah, sure, I can read it up and I can read the answers. So in the meeting agenda, Councillor Georgia Johnson has raised a motion 11.2 that Council requests the Chief Executive Officer to provide a report to the Council in relation to the effective actions that the City of Bayswater could implement to prevent future gas connections to residential properties. And when I read that motion, I was not sure that if it is the first step in the city preventing and restricting the city's future residents' freedom to choose the source of energy for their requirements, convenience, and economic viability, how much they can pay. If today's motion goes through, does it opens door for future restrictions by the city in terms of not just the gas connections, but also power utilities? Where do they get the power? Do they actually get to use electrical power? Do we restrict their use of what kind of fuel they use in the cars? There's all this. So thankfully, in the response, the city says that the city currently has no direct involvement in the connection of private buildings to the gas network. That's up to the residents. And in the event a property does not have a gas connection, the property owner can apply directly to suppliers. And that is a reasonable answer. I still have that same question. Why this motion? Because this topic itself is not within the city's jurisdiction. City's jurisdiction limits to what sources of energy the city uses for its facilities and its power needs, not to what's the private residents use for their needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a second question? Or you?
There's another one, but on a different topic.
Okay, I'll go to the CEO to respond.
Through the chair, basically the response is on the run sheet, and Mr. Singh is aware of it. So I will repeat it, but yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory in terms of the response that we're giving to Mr. Singh.
Thank you. And I would consider the councillors, when they vote on the motion, to look at the city's response. My second question was actually in regard to the subcommittee, the Policy Review and Development Committee, where in its meeting on 13th of March 2023, the city officers recommended that providing the cost is no more than 5 basis points and the associated risks involved within those limits provided in the policy, then preference can be given to those authorized deposit-taking institutions not involved in investing or lending to the fossil fuel industry. And on the other hand, the draft long-term financial plan 2023 to 32 rate setting statement predicts that the city will face the highest deficit at the end of 2023-24. So on one hand, we are going to face the highest deficit, and on the other hand, we are having policies where we are going to take a 0.5% hit in the investments because we are investing in some weird investments, not the best ones, which can give it the best returns to the city. And so my question was actually, why is the city still continuing with this divestment policy that is hurting cities' earnings and putting a higher financial burden on the city's ratepayers because they will have to meet this shortfall, especially in the current economic conditions?
Thank you for your question. I know it's been provided in writing, but I'm happy to read it out, the response to you. So the policy is due for further review, which will address the issue. To date, only a very small percentage of funds are placed with those ADIs that are listed as not funding the fossil fuel industry due to other policy constraints. So the impact to date is considered negligible.
I was told that I can ask a follow-up question, and hopefully I can,
On this question,
on this very topic.
go ahead.
Yeah, so my question was like, there's no quantum of financial hit provided in the response. So can I get how much is the financial impact of actually going or implementing that policy from putting 0.5% into 4% of the actual investment of $99 million? And is there a cap of that? It will not go beyond 4% or 5% or 10%, because I can have tomorrow investment where the whole of the $99 million is investment in non-fossil fuel industries, and I have a 0.5% interest hit on the top of that $99 million.
Thank you for your question. I'll go to the director to respond.
Thank you, Mayor. The answer or the response would be that when we review the policy, we will look at that. But the issue around the 5 basis points was what we thought was based on previous feedback in terms of the investment policy. The committee has requested that we review that, and we'll look at any modelling as part of that review.
Thank you. And one of my questions has been taken on notice, so there's nothing to talk on that. The last question, if I may, was that the eligibility of the Reconciliation Advisory Committee reads that up to 7 community members who satisfy one of the more criterias, and one of the criteria is identify as a person of Aboriginal or Torres Strait Island descents. Identify, the key word is identify. And my question was that, would I be eligible for membership of this committee if I identify as an Aboriginal descent? It's only identify.
Thank you for your question. Again, I know that the response has been provided in writing, but I'm happy to read it out for you. So yes, under the current committee terms of reference, external members of the committee must satisfy one or more of the criteria. Council determines the membership of the Reconciliation Advisory Committee. The city invites members of the community to respond with an expression of interest to become a member of the Reconciliation Advisory Committee, assesses applications, and recommends the membership of community members to council to determine. As part of the assessment, the city may request confirmation of Aboriginal and or Torres Strait Islander heritage.
Thank you for the answer. I just have a small follow-up question. And the question is just very simply that the criteria is identify as a person of Aboriginal heritage. And I identify. There's no way of confirming if I identify or how do I identify. The criteria that is very clear. There's no sub-criteria of the city will assess my how do I identify and what paper basis or what linkages I have in the community. So that answer, the last line, as part of the assessment, the city may request confirmation, is not relevant there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark, did you have?
Sorry, Mayor, I had another interest to disclose, but happy to do it when the questions are finished.
Okay.
If
All right,
that's
thank
appropriate.
you. Thank you very much for your questions. Would any other questions on an item on this evening's agenda? Please come forward. Oh, just the microphone.
One of these? Okay. Harry Vazitas, 21 Parkinson Street, Naranda. Madam Mayor, my question relates to item 10.6.4.1, headed New Policy, Payment to Employees in addition to a contract or award. There are 2 dot points in particular that I'd like to refer to. The first one being settlement of a claim. In settlement of a claim or dispute where the employee has or proposes to take action under the relevant industrial relations legislation up to a maximum of 26 weeks. This is payment settlement. And the other dot point of the three is poor performance conduct, where it states to facilitate a situation where the city determines an employee is not performing to the satisfaction of the city, and the city proposes that it is beneficial to the city to end the employment relationship by paying a settlement of up to 12 weeks' pay. Would I be interpreting this correctly to mean that if this is adopted as a new policy, and it's a draft at the moment, the CEO would have the authority to pay a disgruntled employee who threatens to take legal action up to 6 months' pay, or a poor performing employee up to 3 months' pay as a settlement?
Thank you very much for your question. I'll go to the Director to respond.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, look, potentially there is, this policy does give the CEO the role of potentially making a payment. This policy has come from an audit recommendation which essentially says that the city doesn't have a policy in place to deal with disputes, where sometimes, as we've all been in legal disputes, the remedy is sometimes better to pay someone out rather than to go through a long legal process that may well cost the city more money than the payment that you're going to make. So, as with all of these things, they are judgments around that. It does stem from an audit recommendation that the city does need a policy. My understanding is that there's been very little use of this in the past, but it does provide a mechanism for the city to do that, should that be in the best interest of the city and the employee.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that my interpretation is correct. I'm concerned that the mentioned examples can be seen as a golden handshake to expedite the removal of underperforming staff members. This has become a common occurrence in high levels of management in the corporate world, where incompetent leadership has resulted in massive payouts offered in order to make the problem quietly go away. It seems that this culture is beginning to find its way into the lower ranks, where the path of least resistance is to pay out a poor performer to quietly leave or to avoid the threat of a challenge where management is expected to justify its position under scrutiny. My question is it not reasonable to expect that if performance management processes are carefully followed, however exhaustive, that the significant and unnecessary rewards for poor service can be avoided through due diligence of management rather than convenience?
Thank you for your question. I'll go to the Director to respond.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I would absolutely agree. I think the onus is on us as managers, directors and leaders in the organisation to be clear about the expectations we have of our people, and that we appropriately performance manage people. So, you know, the thing is about being clear about the role of people and making sure that we've got processes in place where we are constantly measuring their performance. And if there is performance issues, then we deal with those. You don't want to get into this situation where, as a last resort, you have to pay people out. The much better culture is to work with your staff to make sure we're getting the maximum output from them.
Because my concern comes from using ratepayers' money to actually expedite something where there's a framework in place where poor performance goes through an exhaustive process, because I've worked for the government for 40 years and I'm well familiar with the process. And if the process is done with all due care and due diligence, it should stand up to scrutiny, I believe, if it goes to industrial commissions or if it goes further legally. It's only when, and excuse me for saying this, when the process is sloppily done, that a challenge, a successful challenge can be mounted. So again, my question is, do we need these new policies if management are doing their job right?
Thank you for your question. I'll go to the Director to respond.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I agree. We want a culture where we actively manage the performance of our employees. It's probably fair to say in every business, some people do that better than others. And, you know, if you follow process and, you know, we're conditioned to follow process, then invariably the process should stand up to the scrutiny. But unfortunately, that's not always the way that happens. And this policy allows that mechanism where that hasn't happened. The best way is to manage it appropriately and to be clear on expectations and to be clear on the performance measurement of staff. So,
thank you very much for answering the question very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I ask if there's any more questions, I would like to acknowledge the attendance of the Deputy Lord Mayor of the City of Perth, Councillor Liam Gobbett. Good to see you here. Are there any other questions on an item on this evening's agenda?
Harvey Tonkin, harveyt@ionet.net.au. It's to do with the last question. Nothing's changed. Mr. Bazidis asked a question about the policy. You agree with everything he said, but where's it written that those things will happen? So in other words, how do we know as ratepayers that the staff, the management, will go through the processes, do that work, and this policy is right at the end of the tunnel, and no one will see it unless they really have to. So he's asked the question. I'm not saying 100%, but you've agreed with what he said, but nothing's changed. In other words, the policy will go through, the management will say, potentially, I'm not saying they're all naughty, but they'll just say, oh, well, we just pay him out.
Thank you for your question. I believe that the Director said the policy is a result of a finding from our audit, but I'll go to the Director to respond.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
I'll go to the Director to respond.
So I won't repeat that, Mayor, but we do have, you know, as any business has management practices that we follow in terms of the management of our staff, and they are in place to ensure that we get that we do monitor performance of staff and are clear about expectations. As I said, and all staff are aware of that. So those staff that have a supervisory responsibility or management responsibility are required to do performance reviews with staff on an annual basis. Most do that more regularly. So staff get feedback about their performance on a regular basis. As we've said, as I've said earlier, that policy, hopefully you don't have to use that, and hopefully that we have appropriately managed instances where there is poor performance and turn that around. The policy has been put in place because of an audit finding that allows the mechanism for that to happen. But you hope that that's the last resort and that we follow the process that we've got in place.
Okay, so we have to trust you. No, I'm being silly. Is there a policy to cover that other work routine that the management? So in other words, you've seen they have all these different policies. So if there is another policy that covers the routine that management have to go through to check that staff are performing, then if there is, then that covers it.
I believe the Director said there's management processes in place.
That's all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on an item on this evening's agenda? If not, I'll ask if there are any questions on items not on this evening's agenda. Please come forward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and to the staff and councillors of the City of Bayswater, thank you. Following the distribution of some anti-LGBTQIA+ pamphlets concerning drag story time at the Maylands Library, can the City affirm its commitment to being a local government welcoming of those identifying as part of the gender diverse community, what it currently does to support the LGBTQIA+ community, and if future drag story times will be supported by the City of Bayswater?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. The City of Bayswater promotes inclusion and values diversity in our community. Last year, the City appointed its first LGBTQIA+ representatives on its Inclusion and Diversity Advisory Committee. This is an important step towards promoting equality and equal opportunity for people who identify as LGBTQIA+ in our community and reflects our wonderfully diverse community. For the past 2 years, the City has supported Pride WA's Pride Fest by hosting a range of events here in Bayswater. The feedback the City has received about its Drag Queen Storytime has been overwhelmingly positive. Drag Queen Storytime encourages early literacy and a love of books while celebrating the differences that make us unique. The sessions promote inclusiveness and recognise the diversity that exists in our community. I understand the City intends to continue running its Drag Queen Storytime sessions, and as you would know, this is an operational decision. Bayswater is a place where everyone can feel safe and diversity is valued and respected.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'm sure the community will be thankful to hear that from yourself. My second question, is the City aware that the disgraceful material being distributed under the guise of shielding children from adult content is nothing more than an attack on the LGBTQIA+ community and a performer who does not present this adult material to children? And will the City commit to alerting WA Police of hate crime material being distributed in its district?
Thank you for your question. I spoke with Cougar Morrison today about the impacts that the events that took place on the weekend has had on them, and I support them reporting their concerns directly to the WA Police should they so wish to.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sure the drag community will equally be pleased to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on items not on this evening's agenda? If not, I will close public question time. Oh, sorry, before I do that, councillors, the City has received questions in writing from 2 ratepayers, including from Mr Singh, and these questions and the responses from officers have been listed in your run sheet, and I will take those as read on our closed public question time. Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mayor. I have an additional conflict of interest to declare. I'm afraid it's in the confidential agenda, so it can actually... what that dinghy was. It hasn't come up before since I've been on council. I can't, so it's an impartial interest and I'll remain in the room. It's on item 14.1.1.1, but I can't disclose the nature of that without disclosing the confidential. So perhaps when we get to confidential, I could explain. Yeah, it's impartiality.
Yep, no problem.
Okay,
thank you. So, councillors, I'll now move on to confirmation of the minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting of 28th February 2023. Do I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Sosowski, seconded Councillor Maleka. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. Move on to item 8, presentations. Do any councillors have any petitions to table? No. There are no presentations this evening, and deputations were heard at last week's agenda briefing forum. Delegates' reports. Tonight we have one delegates' report from Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson, would you like to move this report? Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor. Councillor Johnson, would you like to make any comments?
Thank you. I have made extensive comments that are included in the report. Thank you for the opportunity for attending the Urban Forest Conference. It was a delight to see so many councillors and organisations and represented there at the sold-out conference, and also many people from Bayswater and from the City of Bayswater and from the community there. So it was a well-received conference. It was very positive in a lot of ways. The consensus was the biggest threat to trees on private land. We just can't keep up. Local governments can't plant as many trees as being chopped down on private land, and that was a loud and clear theme throughout the conference. It was pointed out to us, and I've sort of mentioned it in the report, for us as decision makers to be aware of greenwashing in development applications, and really think through, is there enough deep soil in the details of the report to support all the trees that are showed to us in those pretty renders. And yeah, I think that's all. But it was very positive, and yeah, it was a good conference. Certainly some of the things that were touched on motivated me to put it in the motion, the item, the notice of motion that I've got tonight too.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, would you like to add anything? If not, I'll put this, sorry, Councillor Sutherland,
Can I just make a comment?
go ahead.
Yeah, I read the report. It was very succinct and very interesting. I couldn't go to it. I probably wouldn't have anyway, but I couldn't have gone. But there were some takeaways there, particularly from Josh Burns about deciduous trees, and I would like to see more of those. Just a comment. I mean, you know, I just wanted to say while we're there, I do think deciduous trees are important. We do have this obsession with natives, but deciduous are also good, especially in winter when they shed their leaves and give more light. And I think the other thing was the edible part, so it would be nice to have more fruit trees and that sort of thing. So I think we've got to look at what we can do instead of worrying about what we can't do, and that was a takeaway message from what your report said.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this? If not, I'll ask the mover, would you like to close?
And it can possibly just touch on that for some context. So thank you to Councillor Sutherland for bringing that up. I mean, you know, we know through the way we plant trees that there's the right tree for the right place is the most important thing for keeping that tree to live to its full potential, particularly around deciduous trees was in a residential setting about overshadowing solar panels, so trying to get the most benefit from that for winter heating.
Thank you. I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. We'll now move on to item 9, method of dealing with agenda business, and pulling first this evening is Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to pull item, so I'm just looking for the number, 10.6.4.2, and I have an alternate motion, which I understand has been distributed to everyone.
Any other ones?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. 10.1.1, 10.2.1, 10.2.4, 10.6.1.1, 10.6.3.3, I think that's all for now, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Maleka. Councillor Sosowski?
Thank you. I'd like to pull 10.6.4.1. It's to vote against that one. 10.6.4.3 to vote against that one. And 10.6.4.4 to vote against that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to pull 10.5.1.
Sorry. 10.5.1, yep.
And 10.6.1.2 to vote against that. Thank you.
Sorry, do you mind repeating that?
Yes, certainly.
I'm flicking.
10.6.1.2.
10.6.1.2. Cool. Thank you. Councillor Easton? Councillor Palmer, if you could just turn off your mic.
Sorry. I've got alternatives for 14.1.2. Confidential.
Yep.
And 14.1.3. And I do believe that the other one's been pulled. Thank you.
Councillor Sutherland?
No, I had a amendment for 10.5.1, but that's already been pulled.
Okay. Deputy Mayor? Councillor Peterson-Pick? Councillor Bull?
10.3.1,
10.3.
14.1.1.1,
Sorry. Yes?
14.1.1.2.
Great. Thank you, councillors. So we'll first consider the items that were the subject of deputations. Can I please have a mover and seconder to bring item 10.5.1 forward to the beginning of section 10 for discussion before we resume the order of business as set out in the agenda? Moved by Councillor Ossowski, seconded Councillor Peterson-Pick. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. So this item has been pulled by Councillor Palmer. Are you moving the officer's recommendation? Oh, sorry. We'll just wait for the proximity interests to leave. Councillor Palmer, are you moving officer's recommendation?
Thank you, ma'am, with a slight amendment on that. Thank you.
Has that been provided?
So, no, it hasn't been provided. I'm sorry to say that because I had a frozen computer all week. I've only just got this. Thank you. Would you like me to start now?
So the minute taker doesn't have it? No?
Okay, no.
Okay.
No. It's actually not in line with a normal amendment. I'm really concerned. Would you like me just to say first
Go ahead,
that I'm moving 10.5.1 in accordance with the points and items there. But what does concern me is the state of the streets that the traffic is being diverted to. And we really haven't had enough discussion openly as councillors to discuss this. You know, I believe there has been separate discussions with various councillors, but not necessarily with those that are wards of the area. And I feel that that's of concern to me because we are all involved in the way that Metronet has tried their best to honour what the community wants, all of us. And what's happening now is we're all having different information from different sources, and it's not been put together in what I call a collegial manner within the councillors. And I feel that that has been a bit of a breakdown. And from that point of view, all I'm changing and all I want is some further roadworks for footpaths safely to be in the streets that are mentioned in this item.
So do you have the wording?
No, I haven't. No, but if they can just use the streets that are in there and then go from there to actually upgrade Burnside Street, Copley Street, Francis Street, the parts of Drake Street that are diverted use, Hudson Street, Skew Road and Foyle Road. Now that is between Central Ward and West Ward, and therefore I do feel we need to honour the people that are living there and having to tolerate this as much as everybody else in the area, and the least we can do is make the actual transition and pedestrian situation safer and more.
So, Councillor Palmer, just before we get into debate, what I might do is I might move an adjournment for 5 minutes so that you can work with the officers to get the appropriate wording built up for so that it captures your intent. So do I have a seconder to adjourn? Deputy Mayor, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ossowski, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Sutherland and Councillor Palmer. We'll now adjourn for 5 minutes. Thank you, councillors. I'll now resume the meeting at 7:51 p.m. and I'm going to go to Councillor Sutherland first.
Okay, so since Councillor Palmer has put in Canterbury, I've got properties on Canterbury, so I think I better leave as a proximity interest for her amendment.
Thank you. Okay, I'll now go back to Councillor Palmer if you'd like to confirm that what's on the screen for councillors is your motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The temporary traffic calming measures and, where considered appropriate, additional footpaths being installed and maintained on impacted local roads, including but not limited to Burnside Street, Copley Street, Francis Street, Drake Street, Hudson Street, Skew Road, Cantleberry Road and Fall Road, and then going on as normal. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Do I have a seconder? Do I?
Yes, with the
Yes.
further amendment, if the mover accepts.
Go ahead.
It's just the amendment provided by Councillor Sutherland in relation to the temporary treatments being removed within 14 days of the Watley Crescent Beachborough Road connection being opened, with the exception of Drake Street.
So I'll just confirm with the minute taker that you already have that wording. And I'll just check with the mover. Do you accept that amendment? Sorry, just your microphone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I just ask, please, the Deputy Mayor to read that again so that I can get it in my head? Thank you.
They're just copying it and just one moment, they'll put it up with your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, that's fine. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, so that now forms part of the substantive motion. Councillor Palmer, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There'll never be 100% satisfaction in the amazing work that's going on with Metronet and the amazing people living there having to tolerate the dust, sound, vibrations everywhere. We have to understand that these take place, and we're trying to make it, as a city, as safe as possible and as clean as possible. We're trying our best to meet with people, to talk to people, and to understand everything that is occurring within the Metronet Evolve business quota. We want to be kept informed with Metronet and Evolve strongly during this process, and we're watching everything closely as we have other stations to consider too. So if that can be understood by people, that we are all aware, every single councillor in this room discusses this in a sincere manner and care about what's going on there. And we all want to do the best for our community. So I'm not going to go into the depths of it, but I think from a community point of view, it's ultra important. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor? I just have a question to the Director of Major Projects before we continue on this. Just reading LIM 3, I just want to make sure that the amendments actually fit in, because it says that advises Evolve Bayswater that LIMs 1 and 2 are subject to the implementation of the following temporary traffic measures at their cost of satisfaction of the city. A, temporary traffic calming measures, and where considered appropriate, additional footpaths. So would that read that the footpaths are temporary? Well, I just seek advice from the Director, because that's how I'm interpreting it.
Yeah, through the chair, I think the intent was, when I was looking at that, I looked at just condition A, and that's why the additional footpaths was separate to the temporary traffic calming. But if you look at 3, as you pointed out, it probably is problematic. So I'm wondering if we need to amend the actual line 3 of the following temporary traffic measures and additional footpaths.
Thank you for that response. I would then like to suggest a further amendment to the mover and seconder if they would consider adding those words to lim 3.
I accept that for sure.
Yes? Okay, I'll just get the minute taker to add that in. Okay, that clarifies it for me. Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against this? Anyone speaking for? Councillor Bull?
I'll just make a few brief comments. Thank you firstly to Councillor Palmer for putting forward the amendments and also to the Deputy Mayor for her amendments as well. I'll just make a few brief comments. So there is some level of improvement indicated in the report from what was originally proposed, particularly completion of construction of Beachborough Road South to Watley Crescent being completed by the end of July. So that's been brought forward. It's not ideal, but it is better. The report indicates that this approach is safer, including safer for workers, so that's important. The detours are critical for this to have any level of success across the short term and for residents to have any level of comfort who live within this very localised area, and it is a very localised area. So those detours need to be clear and they must not push cars onto local roads. We need proper communication of timing, detours, etc., and no more short-term notice closures of the subway. We need proper compensation for the businesses. We need to ensure pedestrian safety. The road to allow access to Rose Avenue must be safe, it must protect trees, and must protect people, including children. And it must do everything possible to limit the amount of delivery trucks using that road, that temporary road. We need a controlled pedestrian crossing on Watley Crescent from Leake Street to the underpass, and we need traffic wardens. We also need the streets to be cleaned daily. We need this really, really significant project to be completed ASAP. It's transformative, but right now it's really tough for the local residents. On this basis, I'll support it.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against it? Anyone speaking for? Councillor Johnson.
I have a question, please. Sorry. This is a question we probably touched on before, and just picking up on what Councillor Bull just said. Since this report was written, has there been any updates to that timeline? So Beachborough Road South under the railway line and continuing on to Watley Crescent, is that still the end of July this year?
I'll go to the Director.
Yeah, through the Chair, that's the latest information we have.
Terrific, thank you. Okay. Is it okay if I just say a word or two? Thank you. The impact of this has been huge, obviously, not what was expected, and fast changing. I think every week we're at the city and as residents are thrown another curveball, and the feedback that we've got through this report says that time and time again, how people are really feeling cut off from their community through these works. I appreciate the work that's gone into this one. Certainly, I know residents appreciate the long-term benefits, but in the short term, everyone's just totally worn down. It's been referred to dust, vibrations, noise, trucks at night. Now people are seeing the impact of things that are not in this item specifically, but the impact of the works is obviously the next 4-5 weeks. We'll be feeling it. I appreciate that the things that have been added in tonight to try and reduce the impact of the detours, and on that basis, and knowing that Beachborough Road will be open by the end of July, is effectively a 5-month closure rather than 15-month, except for that very small section where the bus turnaround's being built. Are likely to support it, but happy to hear from others.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for? Councillor Peterson.
I just have a question, if I can, through you, Chair. So if Council approves what is on the table and Metronet or the state government does not support some of those conditions, what will happen then?
I'll go to the director to respond.
Sorry, I missed the.
So, if this is being supported by the council, but the state government is not going to support some of those conditions, what will happen?
Yeah, if the state government's not accepting of the conditions that are placed on it by council, they would have to look at other mechanisms to close the road, because they're the conditions that council have set to do it under their legislation.
So they already have the mechanisms to do that, but they still decided to go through us first? Why is that?
There are other mechanisms to do that under the Public Works Act and possibly other legislation. I think they have been trying to work with council as best as they could, rather than taking out those. They're pretty severe measures when they go down that path, when they can't negotiate with the relevant authorities. So they've been trying to avoid that as much as we have.
Thank you.
Would you like to speak on the item? Anyone speaking for? Anyone against? I'll just say a few words. I agree with a lot of the comments that have been made tonight, and I'd really like to acknowledge the residents and the traders of Bayswater that have been significantly impacted by these works on a daily basis, and sometimes 24/7, dealing with 24/7 works, road closures, train station closures. It is really hard, and we feel for those people that are impacted. And what I would ask our community is, during this time, really please support your local businesses. They need our support, because we want Bayswater to be a thriving town centre, and we need those businesses to survive. So I'd really implore everyone to spend locally and support local, and cannot wait for these works to be finished. So I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and I'm sure we all agree with what you've said with residents, traders, etc. And I would like to consider the access and inclusion statements that we have, where a wheelchair or crutches trying to go through those streets without pavements to detour, whether it's walking or cycling, it's going to be a slight hazard, and we must try and avoid that everywhere. And that's why we've put on such a strong term for pavements to be put up for people, footpaths to save those dangers, and give every opportunity to young and old to enjoy their residential areas during this time. And we have all our councillors here are concerned, all of them, the ward councillors, West Ward, Central Ward, which is also affected there. We are all involved in this, and we all want to be kept involved in every serious conversation that takes place, whether it's with local groups, and there are many local groups, and at this time we should all be together, not separate in clandestine little meetings. We all need to be together to get a successful, a successful way for all of our people living there. So, it's all we need to do is be open. If a resident has a complaint, they'll come to us. If there is a complaint, we tell everybody, so that we're all on the same page and we're all supporting them, especially at a time like this where we are making demands. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ossowski, Councillor Palmer, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Peterson-Pick. That is adopted. Can we please ask the other councillors back into the room? Councillors, for your information, a amended motion moved by Councillor Palmer was adopted. So that was the only item subject to a deputation, and we'll now move to the remaining items that have been pulled by councillors, with the first being item 10.1.1, review of health local laws 2001, and that was pulled by Councillor Johnson. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
Yes.
Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, and I'm really excited to be able to move this one. It's been ticking away in the background for a little while. It's not perfect. We know that the health local law is going to have to be amended at some point when the state legislation changes, but we'll now be able to keep chickens on smaller blocks, and that is a good thing for more backyard chickens and other poultry, including quails. So we're also taking out reference to a whole lot of bee controls to make it a simpler process for people to keep bees. It says in here you can keep 2 beehives on a residential block, but they've got to be registered with Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. It's really important to register your beehives because it's one way of just keeping them healthy and keeping track of diseases. We know, unfortunately, Bayswater appears to be ground zero for a whole lot of agricultural pests at the moment, and we certainly don't want any bee pests getting into our area either. So registering your beehives is really important, and lots of other things have been tidied up in this one to make it a little bit more contemporary, but more bees and chickens in backyards will be awesome.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Would anyone like to speak against? Anyone for? Councillor Sutherland.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what Councillor Johnson said. I think bring back the chooks is a great thing. I love the sound of the chooks. And the bee thing is also important. Another thing with bees, which I've learnt, is that bees do have certain areas that they like. So, for example, where I live in Naranda, there's a certain area where the bees all congregate. Now, perhaps I would like to get 2 hives for myself, but I think these laws are good because it does promote what nature's doing. So the bees are going to one area, that makes it easier for people to put a beehive there.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Anyone for? I'll go to the mover to close.
Nothing further.
I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Sorry. I now have to read Lim 3. Notes that following the passing of the above resolution, the Mayor is to give notice of the meeting of the purpose and effect of the proposed new Health Local Law 2023. Purpose. The purpose of the Health Local Law 2023 is to provide for the regulation of issues that may adequately affect public health or otherwise cause a nuisance within the City of Bayswater. Effect. The effect of the Health Local Law 2023 is to prescribe obligations and requirements that apply to the owners or occupiers of land in order to reduce unacceptable risks to public health or undue effects on the amenity of surrounding residents within the City of Bayswater. So the next item which has been pulled is 10.2.1, financial reports for the period ended 28 February 2023. Councillor Johnson, are you moving officer's recommendation?
Yes, I am.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Just moving this, and just want to point out that our investment income is showing up as 829,000 above our budget for the year, 78% above our budget. So partly that's due to interest rate rises, but partly due to the excellent management of the city's funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sutherland. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Bull.
Can I just quickly ask, the budget adjustment, has the state government confirmed that they'll provide 125,000?
I'll go to the director.
Yeah, through the chair, we have written requesting confirmation, but we are yet to receive formal confirmation.
I'll just speak on this quickly. So, councillors be aware that what we're looking at here is agreeing to withdraw 125,000 from our major capital works reserve to pay for 50% of works for the Watton Skate Park which is 50% of the cost. The other 50%, the proposal is that the state government pays for that, but we don't have confirmation that that has been paid for. In the past, during this term, council has not supported putting forward 50% of the cost where the state may or may not provide 50%. The two examples are Councillor Peterson Pick's motion to seek 50% state grant funding for the payment of an active travel officer. Council didn't support that. And the other was where the state actually committed $250,000 for working on a plan to upgrade the Maylands town centre, and council didn't support putting in 50%. Now, I'm supportive. I think this is great, and I'm hopeful that the state government will provide the 50%, but I just want to just put it out there that in the past, council has been cautious or reluctant to go down this method of 50% paid for from, you know, whatever money from the local government, and also 50% from the state.
Thank you. Councillor Osazowski.
Thank you. This is a question, I think, to the governance people, if I can. At the beginning of the meeting, I made a declaration for 10.2.1 in regards to some questions that I asked last week about a sewer connection. I am a member of the Morley Windmills Sports Club, so I felt it necessary to make that declaration. I forgot about this one here, but I do remember Councillor Eveson saying this one in the declarations at the beginning. So do I need to add an additional declaration or add this in, or am I covered under 10.2.1 when I made the declaration in the first place?
I'll just go to the governance manager.
Through the chair, you are need to make your declaration just prior to the item being...
Sorry.
Through the Mayor, the regulations do require you to make your declaration just prior to an item being discussed, but it is the city's practice for all declarations to be made at the beginning of the meeting, and you have made that declaration.
And sorry to do this, but I want to make sure we're good here. I did, in my little bit of speaking about my declaration, only mentioned the sewer, so I'd like to make add to that declaration that this component of 10.2.1 as well in regards to approving this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
I just wanted to ask the question whether what would occur, whether it could, I suppose, the 250 reallocation from reserves could be held off until we actually had the state government funding in the bank.
I'll go to
what the effect of that might be.
The director to respond.
Yeah, through the chair, the intent would be that we wouldn't expend the funds until that funding had been secured. In saying that, there are already components of that funding that have been spent. They were original overspend as part of the original skate park construction, but the new items wouldn't be progressed unless funding was confirmed.
So sorry, can I clarify? So if council didn't support this adjustment tonight, it could be brought back to council after the money came in from the state government, is that right? And it wouldn't interfere with the building works?
Through the chair, yes, it could be. I suppose it just could potentially affect the timing of works, that's all.
Would you like to speak on it? Would anyone else like to speak on this item? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. Just on that, I can understand the different sides with regard to giving money that has not yet been confirmed. At the same time, we've got our hands tied slightly because we've done over $60,000 worth of work so far, and that is part of this 250,000 that's been allotted, 125 which is promised, and the balance which would be another 60,000. So, and that's how the calculation goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this item? I'll just make a comment that I'll be supporting this. And in terms of previous council decisions where there hasn't been a decision to go with the 50-50 contribution from the city and the state, I'll just speak on my own rationale for that. My decision making for those projects weren't because it was a 50-50. It was on the project itself. And being new projects that weren't budgeted for in any long-term financial plan or workforce plan or any plan. So this is an existing project that we need to actually finish. We haven't finished works at Morley Rec because we ran out of money. And now we've got the opportunity to get $125,000 from the state government to finish this works, so the works are finished, and provide a safer skate park that has lighting to make it safer for everyone using it. I'll now go to the mover to close. Councillor Johnson.
Sorry, nothing further.
Okay, I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. We now move on to item 10.2.4, 2022-23 statutory mid-year budget review. Councillor Johnson, you've pulled this one. Would you like to move the officer's recommendation? Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. This is important work. It's a statutory requirement. I think it's been done quite thoroughly this year because we're seeing this in the lead up to our own budget preparations. So I'm really confident in this review, and just want to thank the staff for their work on that.
Thank you, Councillor Sutherland. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Clark. Anyone speaking for? Councillor Clark.
I just wanted to point out, following on from questions last week, that I think as we as a council look at the budget going forward and budget discussions in workshops and confidential workshops and such, that we do need to be looking as a council at a range of types of costs. So things like where our legal expenses are going, where are consultants' fees going. One in particular on page 290 is about agency expenses, so labour hire. I often think that labour hire ends up being more expensive rather than actually having a secure workforce and secure employment for people. So I think that needs to be looked at really carefully. And I think, again, we've got to really address the way we do, the volume of carry forwards that we take forward each year on the budget in the City of Bayswater. I think we just need to come up with better ways of managing that. And obviously make sure that we get the long-term financial plan locked in and done by those due dates that were mentioned last week.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for? Anyone against? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Nothing further.
I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. The next item is 10.3.1, EMRC Council meeting minutes, 23rd of February 2023. Councillor Bull, you've pulled this one.
Thanks.
Right, you're moving the officer's recommendation?
Yep, I am.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ostrzowski. Councillor Bull.
Thanks. I was just wondering if someone can give an update on the exit of Belmont and the exit of Kalamunda and the impact.
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, the Director of Works and Infrastructure is the relevant director,
Oh,
and he's
okay.
unavailable tonight.
I'm sorry.
Through the chair, if you don't mind, we can take that on notice.
Thanks. I did notice today when I was doing my final preparations that the report says that Councillor Sutherland was in attendance, but the EMRC minutes say that she wasn't. So I just wanted to clarify which is correct.
Can I just say that those minutes are wrong? I was going to get up. So I was not at the February meeting. So their minutes are right and our minutes are wrong. Yeah.
Thank you. And my last question, so you'll see in the minutes that the EMRC Council now has a new deputy, Councillor Jeans. And I was just curious to understand why Councillor Ostrzowski decided to vote against that motion.
Councillor Ostrzowski, do you wish to respond to that in this forum?
Yeah, I will.
Go ahead.
Thanks. At the EMRC on that evening, I voted against Councillor Jeans being the deputy. The process I felt was not carried out correctly that night. The ballot should have been a secret ballot. The ballot was not a secret ballot, and the chair put it to a vote. That should not have been the process. I voted against.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Osazowski, do you wish to speak on the item as a seconder?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Anyone speaking against?
Sorry. Sorry.
Anyone speaking against? Anyone for? Oh, sorry, Councillor Johnson.
Sorry, not for or against. I just have a question. I'm just wondering if it's just my version that doesn't have the minutes attached. It's just a link. Maybe it's just me navigating it wrongly, but just hoping that the minutes are actually included rather than a link to the external one.
It's just the link.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't sure if it was just me. I think normally we have a summary minutes included, and I'd rather that be included in future if that's possible, please.
Anyone else like to speak on this item? If not, I'll go the mover to close. No? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. The next item is 10.6.1.1, SABDAC member resignation. Councillor Johnson, you pulled this one.
Yeah, just to make some comments on it. So, happy to move the recommendation.
Okay, I'll just see if we have a seconder. Councillor Palmer, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. It's always sorry to see a community member go. So I'm just like a few things that sort of came out of that. I'm just wondering, I don't want anyone to have to reply back in this forum, but, because I know this person has a particular interest in, I can say the names in the report. Kate has a particular interest in bike transport, and perhaps the terms of reference for the committee don't quite include the aspect of cycling, and it may be a recommendation for maybe for the committee to have a look at that, because when it's called the Skate and Bike Committee, some awesome stuff that committee could be doing, and I'm sure they're doing awesome work now, but obviously bike riding is really relevant. And I know that those some of those meetings happened online, and I think I'm not sure I don't think the item that we've got coming up about attending meetings online, but I think it's really important for our community members to have the opportunity to attend meetings remotely. I think it's a lot more inclusive for all of our committees in future.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer?
Nothing, thank you.
Councillor Clark?
My apologies, Mayor and councillors. I'm going to have to go look after my son.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this item? If not, I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Great. The next item is 10.6.1.2, skate, scooter, BMX facility bookings, which has been pulled by Councillor Palmer. Are you moving officer's recommendation?
No, Madam Mayor, I'm voting against that,
okay.
and I'd like to put that council, it does not approve exclusive use hire of the City of Bayswater and Crimea skate parks to incorporated not-for-profit organisations and sporting peak bodies for the purpose of hosting regional, state or national level competitions. So that's not approving.
Okay, I'll just
Thank
get the
you.
wording updated by the minute taker.
Does not approve. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bull, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I feel very concerned that we've spent $2.5 million, a lot of good community support, and we have a unique service here. Having this does not approve within the officer's recommendation does not mean that we refuse to have skating bodies applying there for regional or state purposes, etc., etc. What it really means is that we are not excluding the community from using this while these are there, and that it is still a free and open access for the community. Once we start doing the exclusivity, we start with states, then national, then regional, and from there you go to different non-profits, and before we know it, half of the community will be excluded at the behest of a few commercial entities. And that is really a worry. I think if they are going to have state or national and regional competitions, that, just like other series, can come to council and say, for this purpose, on this Saturday or this Sunday or this week, we are excluding having a proper organisational event. And if it's done in that matter, rather than generalising across the board a clean out of exclusivity, I think that's what we should do. And that's why I'm doing this. And it can come back to council for various organisations and important events, but I think it should stay as not approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ball.
So I had a look at the minutes from the committee meeting, and it fell 3-4. So it was, I suspect, an item that would have been discussed relatively thoroughly at the committee. In the end, committee did not support the officer's recommendation. Having a look at the report, particularly the helpful summary on what other local governments are doing, I think provides some guidance on how this question is approached, and there doesn't appear to be a trend of a blanket approval from the local government, and the closest that it gets to it appears to be determined on an ad hoc nature. Council makes decisions on whether to allow a circus to utilise Broome Park for an exclusive use over a certain period of time. I think that process works quite well. The idea of having significant state or national competitions at this park, at this skate park, I think is fantastic. Equally, I think it should be a decision, given the nature of such an event, I think it's a decision that council should turn its mind to on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I voted against the officer's recommendation at the committee on this one, but I just want to double check with with what's on the table there. Will groups still have the? Because I totally support state championship levels being held there, etc. There's nothing in here that by not having this approved as a rentable area, there's nothing that would preclude a group coming to the city to request a specific event consideration.
I'll go to the director to respond.
Yes, through the chair, that would be my interpretation of it. We would bring it back to council, whereas if the recommendation, the officer's recommendation went through, it'd be more of a operational matter. We wouldn't have to come back to council.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Yeah, so yeah, I'll stand by how I voted in the committee on this one. I'm not comfortable with exclusive use for all sorts of stuff that's open to hire that goes through the city. I would like that to come through for council on a case-by-case basis. We do have a state-level facility here, and I would like it to be used as such for the championships, but that should be case-by-case.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this? If not, I'll go the mover to close.
Thank you to everyone. I think what's been said is clear enough that we are happy to have council approve events on a case-by-case basis. Thank you.
I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Osazowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Sutherland. That is adopted. We'll now move on to item 10.6.3.2. No one's pulled this, however, there is an impartial interest that's been declared. Would anyone like to move this? Councillor Johnson. Do I have a seconder? It's a 2022 annual compliance audit return. That's your, do I have a seconder? Councillor Palmer. Councillor Johnson, would you like to speak, just bearing in mind there is a confidential attachment?
Sure, without going into confidential, I mean, this is a requirement that we submit this return. It was done in super tight turnaround. We heard at the Audit and Risk Committee meeting because the department released the format late but didn't change the deadline, so it was done super tight, and also during that time frame the officers organised for that to be audited, so it's a pretty solid report. I believe we have had that audited in the past, but it was a good process to do it simultaneously this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Yes, thank you. Very quickly, I'll just say that we awaited for the Auditor General to accept and appease what we have. I'm pleased to say that everything is in good order. We've always had a healthy audit and always will have, because we are very strong in our budgeting. Thank you.
Would anyone like to speak on this item? If not, I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Councillors, the next item that's been pulled is 10.6.3.3, Financial Sustainability Review Audit. As this item contains a confidential attachment that will likely be discussed during debate on this item, can I please have a mover and seconder to move discussion of the item to the beginning of section 14? Move Councillor Eveson, seconded Councillor Johnson. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against is Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, and I can use a casting vote on this. I use my casting vote to move it to confidential. The next item is 10.6.4.1, new policy, payment to employees in addition to a contract or award. Councillor Ostaszewski, you've pulled this one. Are you moving, you're voting against?
Thank you. Yeah, it was just to vote against. I'm happy to listen to anyone's comments on this
Do
one.
I have a mover? Councillor Johnson. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Johnson. Would you like to speak to it?
Perhaps given that there are some questions on this one, this was also, you know, for the record, questioned in some detail as well at the Audit and Risk Committee meeting. And I think, you know, the committee did obviously support this one. Ultimately, I think we all had a few misgivings, but were satisfied with the processes around it, that it would actually be appropriate to have a policy on this that defines and limits what those payments could be.
Councillor Palmer. Would anyone else like to speak on this? Councillor Eason.
Yeah, just a question, sorry, and just going back to the Director's response in question time. You mentioned, there was a mention that the policy was needed due to an audit finding, but you also mentioned that this process was used a handful of times before. If there's no policy, does that mean that this could happen again? Or if we put a policy in, it won't happen, it'll give them guidance? I guess I'm just trying to confirm if it would or wouldn't happen if there is or isn't a policy.
Thank you for your question. I'll go to the Director to respond.
So thank you, Mayor, through you. I think I said that my understanding was we haven't used this much in the past. However, the audit finding, if the council was to have to make a payment outside of a normal contract, then you would need a policy, you would need a mechanism such as this policy to be able to do that. As I said earlier, you would hope that you don't have to use this very often, but there is times, sometimes there is times in legal matters where it's sometimes in the city's best interest and the employee's best interest to settle. And what this policy does, it gives some parameters for the CEO to negotiate that settlement should it be required. You would hope through the other mechanisms that we have and the management guidance that we do have, that we manage the performance of employees appropriately, and that you don't get to that, and you document the meetings and the performance management and all the things that you should do so that you protect the city's interests in that. But that said, there is occasions where some people do that better than others too. So,
Would you like to speak on it? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, just one question. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the policy and I can't see any reporting mechanism. So is this going to be reported, for example, in the annual report or anywhere public? Kind of even general stats?
I'll go to the director to respond.
thank you, Mayor, through you. I haven't, I'll need to check that, Councillor, but if there's no reason why we couldn't provide, and this through the CEO, a report back to perhaps the Audit and Risk Committee where the policy has been exercised.
But this is currently not in the policy.
I'm not aware it's in the policy, but sorry, Mayor, I'm not aware it's in the policy, but I'll have a quick look.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Would you like to speak on it? Anyone like to speak on this item? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Are we waiting for a reply back? Sorry on that, or was that?
I do. Are we? No, it's not.
I can confirm the reporting is not currently in the policy. However, as I said earlier, that's probably something that that could be added and could come back through perhaps the Audit and Risk Committee.
I'll just go to the CEO, acting CEO, to make a comment.
Yeah, thank you, the Chair. What the city could look at is doing a management practice that can support the policy, and that could be looked at as part of how we report back to council.
Deputy Mayor.
Could I make an amendment to put that into the policy now?
You haven't done a right of reply yet, so you can still do an amendment. We haven't done a right of reply yet. No.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll need some guidance from governance on just onto the exact wording of just doing a quarterly reporting mechanism through Audit and Risk.
So, do you need 5 minutes?
I think it could just be simple as that the policy be amended.
Do you want to use your mic?
Through the Mayor, I think that the amendment could be something along the lines of that the policy is amended to include regular reporting, or perhaps quarterly or annual reporting to the Audit and Risk Management Committee on any payments made under this policy. Would that?
So, Minute Taker, were you able to capture that?
Is that an additional limb?
Yep. So it'd be that council, number one, adopts the payment to employees.
The minute taker's just getting it.
Should we adjourn? Yep, that's good. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor,
Yes,
can you just clarify whether you're happy with quarterly reporting?
Yes, I am. So the whole motion would read now that council adopts the payment to employees in addition to the contract or award provision policy amended to include quarterly reporting to the Audit and Risk Management Committee.
I'll just check with the mover and seconder that they agree to that amendment. The mover does, and the seconder? The seconder, do you agree to?
Yes, ma'am, and I'd still like to ask a question. Thank you.
So I'll go to Councillor Peterson-Pick first.
Yes, thank you. Just a question about this. Obviously, I'm very supportive of this. Does this mean that the reporting will be public, or it may be classified as confidential only for councillors?
I might go to the acting CEO because it's got to do with employee conditions of employment. For
Through the
employees.
chair, it's like highly likely, we got to check that out, but we highly likely would be confidential in terms of the details of the employees.
Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On page 728, background, we do have to actually have a sentence there which says Section 5.50 of the Local Government Act 1995 requires the city to have a policy which outlines the payments payable to employees outside their contract of employment or award provisions. Would that not be enough? Because it has to be in writing anyway. That's part of the policy of 550. Well, it's already here.
Okay, so it's been accepted. The amendment's been accepted. Oh, yep. So would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Peterson-Pick?
Yes. So I would like to move an amendment or propose it, and maybe the mover and the seconder will accept that. My intention was, I think this is a good step forward, but my intention was that the public also will have general stats, definitely not details about specific employees, but on an annual basis, the public should know what's happening, and this is their money. General stats, how many employees receive this kind of payment, how many employees receive this kind of payment without names. So my amendment, and again, I wanted advice from the city, is that general statistics about this will be provided in the annual report.
Would you like to adjourn? I'm going to move a procedural motion to adjourn for 5 minutes while we capture the appropriate wording. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Palmer. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Palmer, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Ossowski, Councillor Easton, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull. Can I do a casting? I'll use my casting vote and we adjourn for 5 minutes. Thank you, councillors. I'll now resume the meeting at 8:48 p.m. I'll just check with the councillor, Peterson Pick, that the wording on the screen is correct.
Yes, and thank you to the officers for drafting this. This is my intention. Number 2.
Okay, I'll just check with the mover and seconder if they accept the amendment.
No, sorry.
Don't? Okay, we'll now debate the amendment.
Which amendment are we debating?
Just councillor Peterson Pick. So I'll just see, do we have a seconder? Deputy Mayor, councillor Peterson Pick.
Yes, thank you. Look, this is an important issue and it was raised at question time, and thank you to the very keen residents that also help us to supervise what's happening, and definitely this is a new change, new policy. I'm happy that the council already addressing the reporting issue that I raised before. My intention that it will be not only something to be supervised by councillors at the committee, but also some information needs to go to the public in a very, very high level, not identify any person. I understand why we need this policy and I understand why we need this mechanism in those kind of situations. But I think also in light of the concerns that we heard today from residents, and I share them, I think that can address some of the fears that we are giving up money, without any reporting mechanisms, without any control mechanisms. So I think this is a good start.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Anyone speaking against the amendment? Anyone speaking for? If not, we'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ossowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Easton, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson Pitt, Councillor Buller, myself. All those against? Councillor Sutherland and Councillor Johnson. The amendment is carried and that now forms part of the substantive motion. So would anyone like to speak on the substantive motion that hasn't already spoken? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Nothing further.
I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson Pitt, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Ossowski. That is carried. So, councillors, the next item that was pulled was 10.6.4.2, new policy, electronic attendance. Councillor Clark pulled that. However, as she's left, I have advised that I have an alternative motion, which I will move, and it's been provided to councillors. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor. It's in the run sheet, and it is now on the screen. So my amendment just takes into consideration electronic attendance at non-legislated briefings and workshops. So there's a distinction between the two, and I think that addresses councillors' concerns. Deputy Mayor? Would anyone like to speak against? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Not so much against. I would like to move an amendment, please.
Have you provided that?
Yes, the officers have it.
Do you have it? The minute taker?
It is essentially replacing the words, the requirement to provide requests 2 days before those statutory meetings.
Okay, so you're foreshadowing this. This isn't an amendment.
No, an amendment.
It
adds an amendment to your motion.
It's an amendment to my motion.
Don't read that, but a piece of
Oh,
Yep.
okay. So is that an additional limb? Or how would that work as... I'm just seeking advice
Yep.
on where that fits into...
So it would be an additional limb that's set subject to this amendment. So it would be council adopts, so your
So
limb,
can that be...
that's yours already, that council adopts.
with the following amendment. Okay, so with, so it would be, if you could please bring up mine and add an additional limb. And it would say with clauses 6, okay.
See how that says the matrices are corrected for limbs 1 to 3,
Okay.
so it might need to go. I'd put it after this one, after limb 1, I'd put in a new limb 2. And so that they're in order of the amendments, because that's clause 6 and that's clause 8.
Okay, to the minute taker, advice I'm seeking is that if we could actually make the amendment limb 2, and then limb 2 becomes 3, limb 3 becomes 4, so that it's in order.
And then the final limb just needs to be updated.
And
so
then-
that those references are corrected.
Just need to update the numbering. So limb 7 needs to be deleted. And limb 6 needs to be updated to say 1 to 4. So I'm happy with that amendment. I'll just check with the seconder. Are you happy with the amendment?
No.
I'm happy to second the whole thing.
I already have a seconder. So you're moving the amendment. I'll second the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I think it's very straightforward. First of all, I'm trying to rectify an error in the policy. There is a mechanism here for an appeal, whether if a mayor, current or future, refuses to provide or refuses a request for electronic attendance. Under Section 6, requests need to be provided 2 days before a meeting. However, if there is appeal, the appeal mechanism kicks in, and a councillor wants to go to the council to get approval, that councillor will be required to provide that request 10 days before the meeting under Section 12. This is illogical. I understand that it came from the committee. It probably was missed out. So I'm trying to rectify this problem. The second issue is that I don't think it makes any sense to be more onerous than the regulations and the guidelines, and I read all of them in detail. And we are providing here requirement on councillors, committee members, and staff to provide requests 2 days before those meetings. And there are many situations where staff members, for example, do not feel so well to come, COVID, but they do want to participate, same as committee members, same as councillors. And we are talking about situations where we can provide electronic attendance. I think the two days rules is too restrictive. I understand the administrative wish to provide it early in advance, and this is why I kept it as preferably, but I believe that there are situations, people have babies, etc. I'm sure anyone can actually think about lots of those situations. It will apply to everyone here. I think we should have the flexibility, and the mayor or the council, all of them can refuse it if they want to, but I think we should not be stricter than the regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have anything to add to that. Anyone like to speak against the amendment? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. The reason I'm not supporting this amendment is I don't think 2 days is unreasonable. While I do recognise there are certain situations that may possibly arise, as we heard from staff during the policy committee meeting, as well as at the briefing forum the agenda briefing forum last week, there are a whole raft of back of house issues that have to be considered with our various setups in the various rooms at the city here. It's not so much a problem, I don't think, if it's a briefing or an OCM that's already held in this room. It's when we have meetings that are teed up for, say, the Embleton room or the committee room where there's different requirements. So on that basis, I won't be supporting the amendment.
Thank you. Anyone like to speak for the amendment? Anyone against? If not, I'll go to Councillor. Okay, Councillor Peterson-Pick, if you'd like to
Yes,
write
just
a reply.
quickly. As I mentioned, the policy allows the mayor or the council, if needed, to not support the request. So if there are technical issues or it's a massive burden, it can be refused, and that's fine. This is the policy, but we should not restrict those kind of legitimate requests. If somebody got up on the day of the meeting coughing and is not sure what's happening and does not want to come to here, and I wouldn't want to force anyone to come here because the policy forces them to come here. And I also think that councils should participate in meetings and represent the communities as much as possible. This is 2023. This policy should reflect the time and the technical abilities that we currently have.
Thank you. We're now putting the amendment to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Osuzowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor. The amendment is carried and forms part of the substantive motion. So I'll now go back to the substantive motion. If anyone would like to speak on it. Councillor Bull?
Yeah, this is super complex, and I do appreciate the amendments. I would highlight my understanding, and please, if I'm incorrect, happy to be corrected. My understanding is the regs allow the council to make the decision irrespective of the process that happens prior to that, where this talks about the only ability to seek council's approval. You have to first go through a number of steps, which is apply to the mayor has to respond, then you have to apply to the CEO, and then it goes to council. Where I think under the regs, it just is the ability for council to make that decision. So, yeah, it's too complex.
Anyone else like to speak on this? Councillor
Sorry,
Johnson.
if this is lost, could I foreshadow Councillor Clark's proposal?
Sure. Anyone else like to speak on this? If not, I'll go straight to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Osuzowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick and myself. All those against? Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Bull and Councillor Johnson. That is carried. So we'll now move on to item 10.6.4.3, Policy Review, Anniversary Recognitions Policy. Councillor Osuzowski, you pulled this to vote against.
Correct, thank you.
So I'll ask if there is a mover. Councillor Eveson, seconded Councillor Johnson. Councillor Eveson?
No, look, just enlighten, I guess it was the policy hadn't been updated for some time, first developed in 2006 and had not been reviewed. So I guess it was just a contribution to get a meaningful, inflation to make sure it's meaningful in current times.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson?
I guess it's really important to acknowledge the staff that we have in their long service and to show some appreciation for that. I know it's important about staff recognition.
Would anyone else like to speak on this?
Sorry.
Deputy Mayor?
Just a question. I thought this was about residents, not staff.
It is. Anniversary.
I'm confused. Is this?
It's anniversary recognitions policy for like 100th birthdays.
Okay.
Thank you. I misspoke because I thought we were talking about a different item. My apologies.
Okay. Would anyone, Councillor Osuzowski, you'd like to speak against?
Sorry, I might have pulled the wrong item on this one.
It's okay.
Sorry.
It doesn't matter. It's moved now.
Okay, just leave it. Leave it, thank you.
Would anyone like to speak on this item? If not, I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Osuzowski and Councillor Peterson-Pick. That is carried. The next item is 10.6.4.4, Policy Review Corporate Credit Card. Councillor Osuzowski, you move this to vote against?
That is correct.
Okay. Do I have a mover? Councillor Johnson. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Maleka. Councillor Johnson?
No.
Councillor Maleka. Anyone speaking against? Anyone speaking for? I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Ostaszewski. Thank you. So, councillors, that's all the items that have been pulled from section 10. I'll now move to adopt the remaining items in section 10 en bloc. Can I have a mover? Councillor Palmer, seconded Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? That is unanimous. So we'll now move on to notices of motion. The first one is 11.1, Councillor Josh Eveson, Bayswater Industrial Area. Would you like to read out your notice of motion, please?
Thank you. So the motion states, following the in-person discussions and advocacy for provision of infill sewer across the Bayswater Industrial Area, Council requests the Chief Executive Officer with the Mayor to write to the Minister for Transport, Planning, Ports, Minister for Housing, Lands, Homelessness, Local Government, and the Minister for Training, Water, Youth, and the Minister for Health, Mental Health, to formally seek funding provision in the State Government's FY 2023-24 budget to fund this vital project aligned to Recommendation 7 of the State's 10-year Industrial Land Strategy, June 2021, and Objective 2, Strategy 1 of the City's Interim Economic Development Strategy.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor. Councillor Eveson.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, just getting some notes. So, look, this motion seeks to elevate the many ongoing conversations and advocacy our Mayor has been doing. Sure, it is only a letter, but it's the potential outcome of grant funding to this project that is most important. A project that unlocks the significant growth potential of the BIA, an industrial area that is underdeveloped, unkept, and environmentally concerning. This isn't a new thing, sadly, and for decades the BIA has been overlooked as an important contributor to our local economy, one that could deliver much-needed growth and local jobs. Local jobs not just for our community, but the broader metropolitan Perth. Latest data indicates that the BIA contains around 400,000 square metres of floor space and employs an estimated 3,750 people, but at an estimated 33% of land actually developed. It's very, very underutilised. And why is this? The area is predominantly on septic, sewer infrastructure that is constraining property redevelopment and growth, and this simply isn't good enough. Now, the environmental concerns. The septic situation has also been noted as an issue to the recent strategic document produced by the City, which is the Waterwise Bayswater, a strategy to 2030, which shows the high density of septic tanks throughout the industrial area was considered a large source of the elevated nutrient levels found in outflow in the Swan River. Now, potential outcomes. As presented by the Mayor and the City Executive to the Industrial Land Steering Committee in May last year, 2022, there's an estimated $8.3 million cost to provide deep sewer to the BIA. Water Corporation has confirmed that there is no funding allocated from the WA Government to implement infill sewer projects in industrial estates across Perth. And some estimated yield figures for you. So estimated yield is ongoing, but there's preliminarily three figures that demonstrate the considerable potential in the BIA. Increased economic activity. A floor space density increase of over 30% over a 10 to 15 year period. That's off the 400,000 square metres I mentioned. Increased employment, an additional 1,900 jobs. That's a 50% increase over the same period. 50%. Environmental benefits is obviously reducing our groundwater contamination and nutrient reduction into our beloved Swan River. These are some very serious numbers and they definitely stack up. Harnessing the huge transport infrastructure upgrade that is Metronet and our 3 new stations, securing funding for this project needs to be a priority and the start of a much needed transformation of our city. Securing this funding will stimulate and motivate private investment in our centres and in our suburbs, and the flow-on effect is huge. And lastly, it will help the state government further deliver its 10-year industrial land strategy for 2021. I encourage Council to support this motion and support our city's economic development and all of the work and advocacy that's been done up to get to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I just think it's incredible. In 2023, be 7 kilometres from the city centre and to be on septic tanks. And you've got towns like Northam that are 78 kilometres away from Perth city centre and they're on sewer. Just nuts.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Anyone for? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. If you take a look at the Malaga business area, and then you look at the Bayswater business area, it's a total flip side of a coin. We do need to pull our socks up on this one. And I feel that the business people there will be at an advantage fully. And I'm hoping that the costs of that will not be borne by the city, but by the state government who are initiating the new zoning around the station area as well. And for that, they should put their hand in their pocket and realise the potential of this area, just like they did in Malaga. And we need to have smart business, like we've always said. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maleka.
Well, it's pretty much covered by what Councillor Eveson had to say and the other comments, but this is a real way that we can actually start attracting investment into the city of Bayswater, into a dead area that we can make alive. So congratulations on bringing this one forward.
Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Thank you. Look, I will support this. I think it's an important issue. However, I think this is, my view, it is a weak and soft approach to deal with such a complex and important issue that has been dragged for so long. And I think this is exactly why we don't see anything happening. 4 letters sent to 4 ministers will not achieve anything in such a big issue. We know exactly, I think all councillors around the table, what will happen to those letters. They will be recorded on the system in those ministers' offices. They will be filed in their folders, and that's it. None of them will look at the letter and will say, yeah, it will be first priority tomorrow morning. None of them will do that. It needs a different advocacy strategy, a harsh one, a blunt one, if we want really to improve that very important area for our city, not letters. We are beyond, I think, the stage of letters. I think even the report is saying that the Director General of the Water Corporation himself saying that this is not a priority for them. Those 4 letters will not achieve anything besides filing. So I'm suggesting a different strategy if council really want to achieve change in this area.
Thank you. Councillor Osazowski.
Thank you. Just following on from what Councillor Peterson-Pick said then about the leader at the Water Corp saying it's not a priority for the Water Corp. That may be the case. However, it is a priority for us in the city of Bayswater. So anything that we can do to further advocate and advance us on this process to getting deep sewer in that Bayswater industrial area, we need to take it. And just on sending letters off to ministers, really, like we do that all the time because we try to advocate for those things that we believe in. So I would hope that we will continue to send letters off to ministers because at the end of the day, we are a statutory department of the state government and we need to be advocating up to them at every opportunity we can to get what we want here because we have our priorities and we need to make sure they know what our priorities are.
Thank you. Councillor Bull.
So this area was gazetted, I think, in 1932 as an industrial area, and it's a really unique area in that it is an inner city industrial area. I thank the councillor for bringing this motion and particularly for ensuring that the Minister for Water is there because that is the minister who carries the portfolio. The other reason for making sure that the sewerage is taken off septic and put onto, that the system is moved from septic to deep sewerage is to protect inner city blue collar jobs. It's super important that people who work in trades and those industries are not pushed to the outer suburbs. And so thinking about the development of this area in a way that protects those kinds of jobs and trades is super, super important for the Inner East. It goes hand in hand with affordable housing as well, and it's really important to have affordable housing increase in our district for the exact same reason. And we can see that while structure planning is really important around the Morley train station, it's really important, it's already encroaching into the industrial area. So you'll recall that the footprint for the residential area actually goes into the industrial area. So we've already, as a council, agreed to making that footprint smaller. So I'm hopeful that this is a successful way to get this back on the agenda, and it's a priority for the state government, and for all of those reasons.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Sutherland.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that too. There's a lot of differences between that industrial area and Malaga and Wangara, which are much more planned and obviously much newer industrial areas, but it is unique, and it would be great to see it as that function, and maybe there could be some residential there. But I know myself that people living on the other side of Beechville Road, some people walk to work, they buy there, and we need that mixed zone. I just cannot understand why that is not done by now, because as Councillor Earhart said, it's 2023, and not to have it done, it's crazy. And I'm hoping that the government does listen to this. They've got us sitting on a pile of money. I keep saying this, but they have got a pile of money, and this is not a lot for them to do. I think we bypass the DG of Water and go straight to the Minister.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this? I'll just say a few words. This is a real priority for the City of Bayswater. If we can get sewerage, deep sewerage, into our industrial area, it will be transformational for our city, particularly the Morley Town Centre as well. This will have wide-ranging impacts. It will create jobs. It will, bring better use for the land that is currently there. And just in response to the comments about this approach being soft, this is just one part of an overall approach that the city is taking. Councillors are aware that last year I presented to the Industrial Land Steering Committee with the acting CEO at the time and our director on the importance of this. I have also, as you're aware, I have met with the ministers, the relevant ministers about this, to put it on their radar, to talk about it. I know that the state government is aware of it, is aware of the potential of this area, and it is a priority for them. I'm very hopeful that we will get funding in the upcoming state government budget for this project. This is a win-win for everybody. This is a win-win for our residents, a win-win for our businesses, a win-win for environmental, and we really need this. It's well overdue, and we need this to happen ASAP. So I am fully supportive of this as one step in our approach for advocating for this project. Now I'll go to the mover to close.
Yeah, look, thank you. You took some words out of my mouth there in regards to the ongoing advocacy. So, look, and I guess there was some sentiment around, we've tried this before, it's only a letter, and I expected all of this. I guess the difference this time is that the city invested in an interim economic development strategy, and it was no longer a project about just improving the environment. It's about local jobs, it's about local economy and economic development. Some people around the table don't necessarily like that sentiment in regards to economic development. It's big and scary, but it's a part of what keeps the district running. So very important, and I look forward to your support.
Thank you. I'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. The next item is 11.2, Councillor Georgia Johnson, City of Bayswater actions that could be implemented to prevent future gas connections to residential properties. Would you like to read it out and then I'll ask for a seconder?
Thank you. It's pretty much in the title, and the motion is that Council requests the Chief Executive Officer to provide a report to Council at the April 2023 Ordinary Council meeting in relation to effective actions that the City of Bayswater could implement to prevent future gas connections to residential properties.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bull. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you for that. As it says, this item doesn't seek to actually implement this at the moment, just to see obviously if there are any strategies that or opportunities that the city does have to do this. I've had a little look and started to go down a rabbit hole of, would it be through planning policies or would it be through any other policies? I don't know the answer, so seeking advice about how we could do this. The reasons why we would want to do this would be about building a housing stock that's cleaner to live in, cleaner to heat and cool. I think that fits into strategies, long-term strategies that the state and the city have adopted about reducing carbon emissions. I won't go further into that conversation. There's a lot to be said about our environmental livability framework that talks about building more sustainable living, and state government policies that talk about reducing our carbon emissions in the long term. It seems like a crazy idea, and I have to say, when I first heard, you just build a house without a gas connection, I'm thinking, how would I heat my house? How would I heat my water? How would I cook? I love cooking on gas. But I realise now it's been done around the world and in other parts of this country and in some residential developments in Western Australia. With the idea is gas is not a sustainable way of a sustainable fuel, and at the end of the day, it's a fossil fuel. We have a really tight gas supply. We're lucky in West Australia we don't have the same cost constraints as they're getting in the eastern states, but our AEMO report onto our gas supply for the next 10 years says we don't have enough gas to provide residential gas unless we open up new gas wells. It's probably something a lot of people don't want to do anyway, and doesn't meet a whole lot of emission standards to do so. So we've already got houses that are full of gas heaters. When I first moved to West Australia, every house had a gas bayonet in their lounge room burning unflued gas into people's lounge rooms. And I know we've moved a lot away from that in terms of ventilation standards, but it really is a big part of how we've built houses traditionally. So obviously this does not seek to pick up on some of the questions earlier. It does not seek to be retrospective. What we've got is what we've got, because it's expensive to go and replace things. And in a clean energy future where everything would be electrified, one of the biggest expenses would be going out and pulling out your gas lines and pulling out your gas heater. For us going forward, if in an existing house, obviously, if something fails, you just replace it with electric. If you're fortunate enough to have your own home, you can put solar panels on or batteries. But it is expensive to do so if you're retrofitting. But if you're building a house new, you have the opportunity to make it, to build it for the future and to build a future housing stock that would provide clean living spaces inside for people, regardless of whether they built the house or not, so for renters and low-income people as well. So really it's about, ideally, building houses, part of the many things that we can do within our planning policies and within our, I'm sorry, I've forgotten what it's called. We've got a policy on building more sustainable homes as well. So we already are looking at doing that for a better housing stock in the future, and this could be one part of it.
Thank you. Councillor Bull.
Thanks, Councillor Johnson. There is utterly nothing I can add to that comprehensive explanation. Thank you.
Anyone speaking against? Anyone for? If not, I'll put that straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Palmer, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Osazowski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland and myself. So that is lost. We'll now move on to item 11.3. Councillor Peterson-Pick permitting more than one tree per verge.
Yes, thank you. I'm moving what you see on the table. Yes,
Would you like to read it out?
I'm happy to. That Council 1 amends the urban tree planting and maintenance policy to replace the sentence, generally one tree will be planted per verge abutting private property, while properties with larger or corner frontages may receive more, with the sentence, more than one tree may be planted per verge abutting private property, subject to space available. Property owners will be given the option to request more than one verge tree to be planted in front of their property. And number 2, requests the Chief Executive Officer to implement the amended policy during the forthcoming planting season.
Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Thank you. This change is needed now, as since Council reviewed our urban tree planting and maintenance policy, we approved a new specific canopy target for the City of Bayswater of 20% coverage by 2025, including new mid-term targets, where the next target is 16% by 2025. We have a lot of work still before us to ensure that we meet this target, and it's crucial that we ensure that our policies allow us to maximize tree planting around the city. The guiding principle in our verge trees policy, namely generally one tree will be planted per verge abutting private property, directs the city around this important issue. I've become aware of situations where residents questioned the provision of only one tree for the verge in front of their property, or situations where a tree was planted right in the middle of the verge where there was sufficient space to plant 2 trees, even if the second one would have been planted in the future. From just walking in different streets around our city, anyone can see examples of very wide verges with one single tree planted in the middle of them, sometimes blocking the option of planting more trees on that verge in the future. This proposed change is about making the most of our public spaces along our streets for the purpose of beautifying our streetscape, providing more shade for pedestrians and cyclists, and increasing our tree canopy. My motion does not change the discretion that the city currently has with regards to the amount of trees that can be planted on a verge. It only reverses our main guiding principle to signal that we will be looking into planting more trees per verge wherever and whenever possible. It will also require the city to offer owners the option of requesting more trees in front of their properties if there is space for that to occur. Last year, Council, as you know, changed the verge tree planting approach to an opt-out, and my motion here is proposing to counterbalance that change by allowing those property owners who are keen to see more than one tree on the verge in front of their property to request so and be considered. I've also been advised by the city when drafting this motion that this motion can be easily implemented during the current planting season if Council approves it, and they can incorporate the change into the letters that will be provided to property owners around the city very soon. So I thank the officers for supporting this move and hope to get Council support as well.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor. Anyone speaking? Okay, Councillor Eveson.
Just a question, probably for the officers on the ground, because I'm just trying to understand what actually happens in the current process, because I thought they would plant as many trees as possible on that on the verge, given all the context around trees and ongoing discussions around trees. So I guess the question is, what's the material difference that this motion will deliver?
I'll go to the manager to respond.
Through the Chair, it's my understanding that the current policy really allows the officers to make an assessment of each verge to determine if more than one tree can be planted, and if more than one tree can be planted, then we will plant more than one tree.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, so I guess, so the question was, is there any material difference? It's probably not a material difference to on the ground, it just means policy change, wording change, wordsmithing essentially. Is that right?
Through the Chair, that is correct.
Any other questions? No? While you're up there, I have a question. So does the policy as currently worded prevent property owners requesting more than one verge tree?
To my understanding, no, it doesn't.
Thank you. Councillor Sazowski.
Thank you. May I make a comment? So
Yes.
we finished the managers.
Do you wish to
Oh,
ask?
not to the manager.
Oh, no, thank you. You can take a seat.
Sorry.
Yeah, Councillor Sazowski.
Thank you. Thank you to Councillor Eveson for asking that question in regards to the actual difference on the ground. I have had many experiences of people getting multiple trees on their verges, and so the way the wording currently is in the policy doesn't prohibit that from already happening. This is probably just about the emphasis, and you've just mentioned, Councillor, that the city has said that this can be easily done. Well, the reason it can be easily done is because we're already doing it.
Councillor Palmer.
It sounds like that, but in actual residential terms, we do need to emphasise it more, and I'm pleased that this has come about because I feel that some residents think that oh yes, we're happy to have one tree, not thinking that they can actually put two or maybe even three. So I feel that just emphasising this is very, very important. It could be a major difference on streets. And I'd like to also say that we've got a lot of dead trees along Lincoln Road, Widgie Road, Crimea, which the director has very kindly taken on board. But I'd like to ask also, while we have our tree manager here, about the trees that are requested in parks, because we do get those requests, and I think the fact that somebody has asked for a tree means it's important, and to actually make that a relevance as well. Thank you.
Would you like the manager to respond?
Yes, please.
Through the chair, as part of the annual tree planting program, the program includes trees in parks and in streets. So we do receive requests from residents for additional trees in parks. We do consider that, but we also consider other parks as well.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak on this? Councillor Bull.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks to Councillor Peterson-Pick for bringing this forward. It's great to hear the feedback from the officer around their approach. When I read the wording of the policy, it wasn't immediately clear to me that that the approach would be that described, particularly given the emphasis on one tree to be planted per verge. So while it may be interpreted in a particular way, clarity is always a good thing, because there may be people within the community who interpret it in the way in which I originally read it, which is that it's a one tree policy. So I will definitely be supporting this word change, and I encourage councillors to do so.
Thank you. Councillor Eveson.
Yeah, just another question, because I thought I asked the question, but it wasn't clear. The semantics of it. So someone applies, so they read the policy and they go, "Yep, I want to get a verge tree." They apply to the city for a verge tree. My understanding from the manager's response, and I can just ask the question again, is the city would then assess that verge and then say, "Hey, you can actually have two trees," and two could go in. Would that happen?
I'll go to the manager to respond.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak on this? Councillor Sutherland.
Just ring up, like we did and ask for 2 trees, and we got 2 trees. I would like to see more emphasis put on people looking after the verge tree. I can tell you now, at least 4 people in this city and more in Stirling, who have said they got the tree on the verge, they didn't want it, and they said we're not watering it, and it just dies because it doesn't get enough water and it dies. And I would like to see more emphasis put on people looking after their trees on the verge, instead of just planting more and more and then they just die.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this? I'll say a few comments. if there's any confusion out in the public, let's publicly say, if you want more than one verge tree, you can ask for more than one verge tree and the city will be more than happy to provide you with more than one verge tree. I think the policy, as it is worded, covers that, and I really have an issue with doing policy on the fly. I think we have a policy committee and we have processes in place that if we want to change policies, it goes through a process, goes through committees, everything can be asked then, and then see, rather than just doing notices of motion with changes to policies, that we have worked on this policy for so long over the last few years to get it to a point where, and I'll reiterate this, and I've said this many times before, as a city, we have planted more verge trees in the last planting season than ever before, and by a lot, by like more than double. So it is working. We are planting trees and we are increasing our canopy, and we're happy to plant as many as people want on their verges. So I really don't see the need to amend policy on the fly in this process. It should come through the policy committee. So for that, I won't be supporting.
So I haven't spoken. I've only asked questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just sort of reiterate that just before this, before the motions, the previous motion, we had quite a few items that said new policy 10.6.4.1, new policy 10.6.4.2, new policy 10.6.4.3, and it goes on for another few policies. So we do run on the fly with policies, and I think these trees, if it emphasises good use, is brilliant, and that's what we should be doing to keep people and stir the bucket constantly that there's trees to be put out there and trees to be had. And we do acknowledge and congratulate the tree people this year for what they've done. They've done marvellously, and we're excited and we'll do more. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now go to the mover to close.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Look, firstly, I'm sorry to hear, Madam Mayor, that you were not supporting this. As you know, on many occasions in the past and during this council approved changes to policies without going to the policy committee that have happened, and you have supported it in the past. The city advised me that this is possible, and council did do this. I decided not to refer it to the policy committee. I was actually struggling with this a bit, I must say, Madam Mayor, because I also prefer things to go through the policy committee. However, this policy has been reviewed more than a year ago, and I did not think that we should review all of it again. I thought this change should also only be rectified, and this is needed now because we have a new canopy target, which we did not have when we reviewed that policy. So I thought we can save time and money for everyone by just approving the change. But we can use technical reasons for not supporting this. It is the emphasis, but it is beyond that. This is the policy. This is the guiding principle. I don't think it should be left to discretion of any manager. Currently, we have a great team that advances this issue. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? This is why we have policies, and this is what comes from the council to ensure that the guiding principle is to plant as many as we can. They could have done it, but they didn't have to. And this is the difference that I'm trying to change here. It's also about utilizing the space, as I mentioned at the beginning of the debate, to make sure that the city really considers where they put a tree and whether another tree can be planted there in 5 years' time. Because once that tree grows, it will block the option of planting other trees in some verges. And I have lots of photos. I thought it would be straightforward. I should have brought them here, which photos that show that some trees have been planted in the middle of a wide verge and will block the option of planting future trees. And this is about utilizing our public land. Last comment. Well, I'll finish with that. Thank you very much for the team and the city for advancing our tree canopy. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Palmer, Councillor Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Poole, Councillor Johnson. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ossozowski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland and myself. That is lost. Yeah, so I'm using my casting vote.
To vote against?
Yes, I said that in my debate, that I was voting against. Yes, and I was very clear on that. So now we will move to item 12, questions from members without notice. Are there any questions from members? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Question 1. What has been the total cost to the City of Bayswater for each of the local government elections since 2010? Question 2, and I'm happy to take all these on notice. What has been the total cost for the WAEC to be engaged by the City of Bayswater for each of the local government elections since 2010? And question 3, what has been the total cost to the City of Bayswater for their own staff time for each of the local government elections since 2010, including a breakdown of costs?
Take those on notice. Yep. Any other questions?
Yes, please.
Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. As we're getting knee-deep into FOGO, and it's becoming very successful, and I think we're being a very good example to everybody, will there be free mulch given to residents in the future?
Thank you for your question. I'll go to the Director.
I'll take this one. Sorry, to the Chair, we'll probably best take that on notice and we can clarify that.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Can I ask when the bike plan's coming back to council, please?
Go to the Director.
Apologies again, I'll take that on notice. Thanks.
Councillor Eveson.
Yeah, just got two. So just following up again from last month, I just wanted to raise concerns again about non-compliance, environmental and safety issues in the Bayswater industrial area. And just can the city provide details regarding any focused efforts or change to some of these, or any changes that have been made to address some of these concerning behaviours that business owners witness and report them almost every day to me. Happy to take them on notice, that's fine. I'll send these through on email so you've got them. On the same topic, just a different location, I've also been contacted by businesses and residents near the old Bunnings site on Russell Street, and just have there been any resources or focus campaigns, etc., around that area?
I'll go to the Director.
Through the Chair, if I could contact those on notice too, thank you.
Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, one question. With regards to the question that we had earlier today from a resident, and the questions are on the run sheet on page 2. Question 2, the resident stated that he was actually quoting figures from the draft long-term financial plan 2023-32. However, this document is confidential, Madam Mayor. So my question is, how did the resident receive a copy of a confidential paper?
So do you want the city to answer that?
And the person who knows, or the person who brought that copy to the resident?
I guess you'd need to ask the resident.
My question is, how can a confidential document went out a confidential workshop?
I'll go to the acting CEO.
Acting CEO, page 2 at the top, question 2 in the middle. The resident quoted, further, the draft long-term financial plan 2023-32 rate setting statement predicts the city, etc. Only councillors and specific staff members should be aware of this.
Take that on notice.
I have a follow-up question. Will this be considered as a breach of confidentiality by someone?
Through the Chair, maybe the city can investigate that and we can take that on notice and get back to you. On the
So will it be investigated and...
Well, we've got to find out what information did that person have.
And who provided it? Sorry, Madam Mayor? It's in the news. This is in the newspaper? The years? I don't remember that it was the newspaper, and it was leaked last year. We did not discuss the draft long-term financial plan 2023-32. We only discussed it several weeks ago, Madam Mayor. We only received an Excel sheet and received those kind of figures just recently.
Take it on notice.
But I'm happy to understand what happened here. Thank you.
It's in the media, councillor. He's just looked up the article.
Sorry, can you use your mics, please?
That's okay. Well, the CEO said he'll take it on notice. Any other questions? If not, we'll move to item 13, which is new business of an urgent nature, of which there is one tonight. Can I please have a mover and seconder that item 13.1 be...
Quick question. So in my agenda, it's 14.1.5. I assume that is an error. Just want to double check that. On page 13 of the supplemental document that was circulated.
So my cover says 13.1, but there is an error on page 13. So it's 13.1.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this urgent business? Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded Councillor Bull. Deputy Mayor, you're moving it? Yeah. Okay. Would you like to speak as to why it's urgent? Would you like to speak as to why it's urgent?
Yeah, because under the standing orders, an item is urgent for a couple of reasons, and in this instance, it is my view that it falls within the within the applicable provisions because it is something that can't be dealt with administratively before the next ordinary council meeting. Therefore, I support this as urgent business.
Thank you. I'll put this to the vote of being urgent business. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. So now we move on to the item 13.1, motions for the 2023 National General Assembly of Local Government, moved by the Deputy Mayor. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Palmer. Deputy Mayor.
It's just in relation to a motion that I wish to move at the Australian Local Government Association's General Assembly, which was in relation to seeking support to request federal government support infant immunisations more wholly in the communities, and also to support the town, and it's also the supporting a motion that was brought to us by Bassendean for the FOGO motion. They've got a motion as contained within the report there in attachment 3 in relation to FOGO.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
I think that relates to why this is urgent. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone speaking against? Anyone for? Councillor Bull.
Thanks. Yeah, I support the motion, but the portion dealing with infant immunisation is disingenuous. In relation to the infant immunisation motion, if Council genuinely wanted to focus on community wellbeing, it would have ensured the community was adequately supported in relation to the provision of local immunisation services before pulling the rug out from under it and cutting funding to the program without any warning. That is to say, the responsible thing to do would have been to ensure that alternate funding sources for the provision of infant immunisation services were in place prior to...
Councillor Bull, a point of order has been called. Deputy Mayor, what's your point of order? Please use your microphone.
I don't believe it's relevant to what's on the table. This is a motion that is for National General Assembly, not talking about items that have been dealt with in the past.
So your point of order is relevant? Councillor Bull, I uphold that point of order.
Okay, I will continue. Where are we? So while I'll vote in favour of this motion, the reality is that it does literally nothing to improve people's lives and does literally nothing to support young families, young children in our community. In fact, throwing the piece of paper this motion is written on into the FOGO and using the resulting compost to help plant a tree in someone's verge would deliver more to our community than towards the words that are written on the page.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for? Anyone speaking against? If not, I'll go the mover to...
Sorry.
Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. Look, I'm happy that we are discussing this, and I will support this. In some way, I'm a bit confused about the immunisation part, because I thought that council did not support it because also the money, but also the view that it is not a local government issue, service that needs to be provided by local governments, and there won't be any impact by removing those services because private GPs can accept anyone, and it's, you know, they're all bulk billed, and I thought that was some of the arguments. Now I'm happy that we can see that, and we are actually going to advocate to federal government that it is actually a service that should be provided by local governments. This is what we're actually saying here. If this is what council supports, this is what we're saying. It is a service that local government should be provided, and we did have an impact from discontinuing for the services, and this is why we're trying to rectify it and bring it back. The only issue is the money. The only issue, money is a very important issue, of course, but we do see it as our role now. But the price tag on those immunization for infants was the only issue. Yeah, I hope that they will support this, obviously. Yeah, I think I'll stop with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Anyone for? I'll go to the mover to close. I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. So, councillors, we'll now move on to item 14, which is confidential items. We have 4 confidential items this evening. Oh, sorry, 5 now. We have 5. Can I please have a mover and a seconder to go behind closed doors? Move Councillor Palmer, seconded Councillor Maleka. Put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Osazowski, Councillor Sutherland and Councillor Peterson-Pick. That is carried. We'll now go behind closed doors. So, councillors, we're now at 10.6.3.3. Just please be advised that there is a confidential attachment. So if anybody is referring to the confidential attachment, we will need to go behind closed doors again. So, Councillor Johnson, are you moving the officer's recommendation?
Yes.
Seconded by Councillor Eveson. Councillor Johnson.
I need to talk about the confidential.
Well, you voted to come out. So, are you moving a procedural motion? What are you?
I need advice on that.
Well, if you're talking about the confidential document, we need to go behind.
Okay, I can
closed
talk in
doors.
general.
As long as you don't refer to the attachment.
I just think,
Just, we're starting with the mover. Councillor Johnson?
so I'm just trying to consider what part I can talk about in the public arena until we have adopted the item where we're making the confidential attachment a public document. So it's a little bit tricky, sorry. I'm not sure that I can.
So you'd like to move a procedural motion?
Yes.
I'll second that. I'll now put this to the vote, to go behind closed doors. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against is Councillor Ostrowski, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Peterson-Pick and Councillor Bull. I will use my casting vote and we go behind closed doors. Thank you, councillors. I will close this evening's meeting at 10:22 p.m. Thank you.